Well, good morning, everyone, or maybe good afternoon or evening, depending where you're joining us from. Welcome here to the Launchpad and our live coverage of SpaceX NASA Crew 4 hatch closure, undocking, and splashdown coverage as Crew 4 begins another day attempt to come back home after spending about 6 months on board the International Space Station. If it's your first time here, welcome. My name is Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad, and here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together, and we are counting down now approximately 2 hours, 42 minutes, 18 seconds and counting until undocking of Crew 4. Now that can shift by a few minutes, but they are targeting 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time for the undocking here today, so we'll be continuing to watch that through. NASA should be getting it live underway here for hatch closure in just a few minutes, so of course we will patch that in. To give you an idea of what you're seeing on your screen, on the left side, that's a live location tracker of the International Space Station, and on the right side are two live views from the ISS. They'll periodically go in and out as we have a ground connection from the station, but on that top view that's blue right now, normally have a really great view of Crew Dragon Freedom when it is available. When NASA goes live, we will of course patch them in and listen in to SpaceX and NASA Mission Control as we count down towards that undocking in just a couple hours from now. As always, as we get started, take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from, and don't forget to engage that like button. I know it's a YouTuber thing to say, but it's free, and it really does help us out, and we appreciate you guys doing that. And take a moment and share out the stream on social media as well. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. Make sure you engage that subscribe button so you never miss another live launch coverage, space briefing, space news update, or exclusive one-on-one interview. Lots of activity happening at the International Space Station over the next few weeks as we have the departure of Crew 4, setting them up to have the arrival of two cargo resupply missions, one on a Russian Progress and the other on a Cygnus. Both of those launches are fully scheduled, so you can go hit set reminder on those to get notified when we go live. If you have a question throughout today's stream, you can send that to us in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad. We'll do our best to answer those live for you guys throughout today's stream. We'll be answering some through commentary and others through the chat. We'll be doing commentary on and off throughout today's stream. Of course, we'll be listening into NASA Mission Control. They'll be on and off as well. We'll see hatch closure, and then they will come back for our actual undock. And then we will be staying live on this stream all the way through splashdown later tonight. So we hope you will stay here with us. People all over the world tuning in. Great to have you all here. We got Philip in Huntsville, Alabama. We got Athena in Lacey, Washington. We got Strato in Pennsylvania. Commanders in Georgia. Great to have you all here with us today. Now on that ISS tracker, if you happen to see it pass overhead, make sure you take a moment, head outside, especially if it's dark. Maybe able to see the International Space Station pass over you. We're going to get set up here. NASA should be going live in just a couple of minutes, and we'll be patching them in. So stay with us right here on the Launchpad for our live, uninterrupted coverage of hatch closure, undocking, and splashdown of SpaceX Crew Dragon Freedom, bringing Crew 4 home after 6 months on the International Space Station. Stay with us.
on the either observation system or power control unit. I'm looking at figure 9, and I don't see this view on the hardware. Could you tell me where I need to look at in order to refer to figure 9?
Checking, stand by. Station Scuba on 2 for Koichi. Back with you. And calibration light source is the item number 2 in the... Yes, Koichi, the calibration light source is the item number 2 of the storage node, so we'd like to retrieve it from the 1.0 CDP.
Okay, copy that. Thank you.
Houston on 2 for Freedom.
Go ahead on 2, Sam.
Hey, Freedom cabin configuration for departure is complete.
Copy.
Scuba station on for the TELUS. I'm in step 5.7. The starting time of calibration light source power 1 and power 2 are 1320. Excuse me, 1312.
Copy, 1312. Thanks for the status.
SpaceX for Freedom on 2.
Go ahead on 2, Shell.
Yeah, just checking with SpaceX. I'd like to use a dry wipe to clean off the non-O-ring side of the hatch seal. So just the flat metal side on the hatch where the O-rings engage.
Houston Station on 2, just letting you know that all EMO hardware has been returned to Node 2.
Copy. And dragging Houston back on Space Ground 2, you have a go, Chell, to use the dry wipe.
Perfect, thank you.
Cuba Station on Space Ground 2. I'm in step 15.2. And equipment stow is complete per the stowage note. If you could update IMS, I'd appreciate it.
We copy. Thank you very much.
Houston on Space to Ground 2.
And Houston with Houston?
Yeah, just letting you know we're going to take down audio in Dragon for about 5 minutes while we set up a big loop.
Copy that.
Good morning and welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room. I'm NASA Shaniqua Vereen and you're watching live mission coverage for the NASA SpaceX Crew 4 mission. We are currently awaiting Crew 4 to ingress or board Dragon Freedom for their return flight home. After waving off an attempt to undock due to bad weather 2 days in a row, October 13th and 14th, due to high winds in the splashdown zones, NASA and SpaceX managers met overnight for their latest weather briefing and decided to proceed today with an undocking of the Crew 4 crew from the International Space Station. We're looking at the undocking time of 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. Additional weather briefing analysis will continue prior to the crew boarding the Crew Dragon Freedom for final pre-undocking preparations. About 10 minutes prior to coverage beginning, the crew was given the okay.
With you on 2.
If it's not already routed, we've got node 2 camera pointed zenith here for the exit if you want to route it.
Copy. Thank you. We'll take you up on that.
Again, prior to coverage beginning, the crew was given the okay to proceed with procedures for hatch closure today. We're looking for a hatch to be closed at 8:50 a.m. Central Time, 9:50 a.m. Eastern Time, so about 20 minutes from now. You're currently getting a good view inside the Dragon Freedom, and just a second ago we had views of Jessica Watkins finishing up some stowage, as well as the crew was given the okay to don their suits or put on their spacesuits to ready for their ride home. NASA and SpaceX are targeting an approximate 3:50 p.m. Central Time splashdown, with the conclusion of the Crew 4 flight, wrapping up nearly 6-month science mission for NASA astronauts Bob Hines, Kjell Lindgren, and Jessica Watkins, and as well ESA astronaut or European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. Again, we're looking for the SpaceX Dragon Freedom to undock today from the International Space Station at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time, to begin the journey home. Today's undocking is autonomous, but will be monitored by ground controllers here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and in Hawthorne, California. Teams here are being led by Flight Director Adi Boulos. He is also the Crew 4 lead flight director, joined on console to his right by Capcom Alex Kanalinkos. You'll hear Kanalinkos talking to the station crew from time to time as teams go through procedures for Dragon's undocking today. Another important role we'll hear today is from Nick Fernald. He's the visiting vehicle officer, monitoring all comings and goings of vehicles to and from the International Space Station. You currently have views inside the Node 2 where we see one of the crewed members, it looks like Bob Hines, heading towards the hatch.
Station on 2 for Dragon ingress.
Houston's with you on 2.
Looking currently at procedure 2.103, Dragon departure prep through hatch close. In step 3.4, just wanted to get a heads up. I think it's probably in our procedure, but just want to get a heads up on what the expected LIO configuration is going to be.
All right, Chell, that's LIO cartridge number 2.
Okay, and are we going to be installing that, so changing it to install it, or are we just going to be unsealing it?
Stand by. Dragon Houston on 2 for Chell.
On 2.
Chell, we expect that LIO cartridge number 1 is installed, and we will be swapping to number 2.
Okay, copy that. Thank you so much.
If you're just joining us, this is live coverage for the NASA SpaceX Crew 4 mission, returning 4 humans back to Earth. The Crew Dragon Freedom is ready to depart the station, having arrived on April 27th. That crew consists of NASA astronauts Bob Hines, Chell Lindgren, Jessica Watkins, and ESA astronaut Samantha Christopher Reddy. Again, we're looking for an undock time today of 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 Eastern Time.
Dragon Houston on space to ground 2.
On 2.
Yeah, Chell, we are ready for you to perform a comm check from Dragon to SpaceX Hawthorne when you are ready.
Okay, copy that. We'll do that here shortly.
Currently seeing views inside of Node 2 as the Crew 4 astronauts head towards the hatch, ingressing inside of Dragon Freedom. Again, we're looking for...
Freedom on the big loop. How copy? SpaceX Freedom on the big loop. How copy? Houston, Freedom on the Big Loop, how copy?
Dragon, Houston on the Big Loop, we hear you loud and clear. SpaceX can hear you, but they are not able to respond, so we're still working that on the ground.
Okay, copy that, and Freedom has Houston loud and clear.
Copy.
And Houston, you want me to stand by for that, or you want to call us back in for another comm check with SpaceX later?
We will call you back later.
Okay, sounds great.
Again, we're looking for an undock time of 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. We're looking for the crew to ingress in just about 5 minutes and to follow just about 10 minutes later. After that, we'll have the prime for undock, Nicole Mann, affix the APAS hatch, closing the hatch inside node 2. We're also looking for vestibule depressurization around 9:10 a.m. Central Time. A final go-no-go poll for undocking will happen around 10:20 a.m. Central Time. After undock and separation is called around 10:35 a.m. Central Time, we'll have a series of burns to get Dragon safely away from the International Space Station. The first milestone after retreating from the station, Dragon will exit the keep-out sphere, and then the next milestone will be the approach ellipsoid. We'll have a series of a few more departure burns, and we'll be looking for a deorbit burn today at 3:01 p.m. Central Time, sending the command for Dragon to deorbit and splash down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, later today around 3:50 p.m. Central Time. Again, NASA astronaut Nicole Mann will be watching the entire undocking and departure from the cupola, inside of the International Space Station, and she will be backed by mission control teams here in Houston and Hawthorne. As you've heard several times, Dragon's flight is intended to be autonomous, but the crew on board has the ability to take control and maneuver Dragon during departure if necessary. Here we have a view inside Node 2 again. This is Crew 4 saying goodbye to their crewmates.
Houston Station on 2 for SpaceX, looking for a go in 3.1.
SpaceX on 2, comm check. And Dragon Crew SpaceX on 2, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear.
Chell, great to hear from you, and we heard your last.
We're going to get up to Dragon here shortly, and we'll do a comm check from there.
Dragon Houston on space to ground 2, you have a go for 2.1.
Dragon copies.
Station Houston on space to ground 2 for an available crew member in the node 2.
For node 2.
Yeah, just letting you know that the node 2-1 camera image keeps going in and out. If you could check the connection for us, we'd appreciate that.
And work.
If you're just joining us, good morning and welcome. You're watching live mission coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission. We are currently awaiting all 4 crew members of Crew 4 to ingress or board Dragon Freedom for their return flight home.
On the big week, comm check.
Dragon Houston, we hear you loud and clear on the big loop. How us?
We have you loud and clear.
And this is SpaceX. We've got you loud and clear on the big loop. How us?
SpaceX, this is Freedom. We have you loud and clear. Great to hear you.
You too, Chell. And we did copy your last from node 2, your go for 3.1 and 2.103. As discussed, change out to LIO cartridge 2, and then we'll pick up with the hatch closed event detail.
Okay, we copy. We are going 3.1. We expect 1 to be the active LIO cartridge. We're going to put in cartridge unseal and install cartridge number 2.
Good words.
Again, if you're just joining us, you're seeing live inside of Dragon Freedom as Crew 4 begins to get settled into their seats for their ride home today. We're looking for an undocking time of the Crew 4 crew from the International Space Station at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, we're looking for an undocking time for the crew at 10:35 a.m. Central, 11:35 a.m. Eastern. Crew are getting in their seats. Upon undocking, we'll have a series of burns. The most important of those burns will come a little later today around 3 p.m. 3:01. We're looking for a deorbit burn for Dragon Freedom, and the crew will be splashing down around 3:50 p.m. Central Time off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. And that's 3:55 p.m. Central Time off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. Currently seeing an external view of Dragon Freedom docked to the International Space Station's Harmony module. I think right in the below you can see the nose cone for Dragon Endurance, also docked to the International Space Station on Node 2 or the Harmony module. Crew 5 just arrived just last week on October 6th. They had about a 29-hour ride uphill to catch up to the International Space Station. They'll be on a 6-month mission, science mission aboard the International Space Station, looking to arrive and return home next spring. Again, this is live mission coverage as Crew 4 ingresses the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. They are looking to come home today, splashing down around 3:55 p.m. Central Time off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for the Node 2 camera.
For Node 2 camera.
Unfortunately, that Node 2-1 camera, we have no joy on checking the connections. Can you guys switch to the other camera?
Yeah, apologies for that. We went ahead and turned the camera off. At this point, we're working on hatch closure, and it would just be a view of crew feet as they're working in that area.
Okay, copy, I understand.
It looks like we have about 2 of the 4 astronauts already seated and getting prepared for their flight home. Dragon Commander Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines are settled in their seats, and we're looking for Jessica Watkins and ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti.
And seat 2, SpaceX, on the seat mic, I had you 5x5. How me?
5x5, thank you. SpaceX Freedom, seat 3, com check on the suit mic.
And seat 3, 5x5, com check on the seat mic. How me?
5x5 as well. Great talking to you today.
Great to hear from you.
For SpaceX Dragon Freedom, we're going to deconfigure the cabin mic at this time.
We copy. Stowing cabin mic.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live inside of Crew Dragon Freedom, currently attached to the International Space Station. That's the SpaceX Crew 4 mission, looking to return 4 astronauts to Earth later today, looking for a splashdown time of 3:55 p.m. Central Time off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. You're currently seeing that the crew has ingressed Dragon Freedom, and we are looking for them to get seated and the hatch to be closed to Dragon and the APES hatch closed on the International Space Station. After waving off for an attempt to undock due to bad weather in the splashdown zones yesterday, NASA and SpaceX managers met overnight for their latest weather briefing and decided to proceed today. We have a go for undock of the Crew 4 crew from the International Space Station, looking at an undock time of 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern. Again, NASA and SpaceX are targeting a 3:55 p.m. Central Time splashdown, with the conclusion of the Crew 4 flight, wrapping up a nearly 6-month science mission for NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and ESA astronaut or European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Christopher Reddy. As its name suggests, Crew 4 is the 4th contracted astronaut mission that SpaceX has flown to the orbiting lab for NASA. It's one of 2 SpaceX flights currently at the International Space Station. Crew 5 arrived on October 6th, again staying about 6 months on the International Space Station for science and research. If you're just joining us, you're seeing live mission coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission. We are currently awaiting Crew 4 to settle into their seats inside Dragon Freedom for their return flight home. After waving off an attempt to undock due to bad weather in the splashdown zones yesterday, NASA and SpaceX managers met overnight for the latest weather briefing and decided to proceed. They have a go for undocking of the Crew 4 crew from the International Space Station. We're looking at a time of undock to be 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. After undocking, Dragon will have a series of burns to get it safely out of the neighborhood of the International Space Station. The most important burn coming later today, that's going to be around 3:01 p.m. The deorbit burn will send Dragon Freedom down to Earth, splashing down around 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern, off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. Once crew is safely in their seats, we'll have the hatch of the Dragon closed and the APAS hatch of the Node 2 inside the International Space Station also closed. We then will have a break in coverage, but we'll return for continuous coverage upon undocking. We'll have coverage live for Crew 4's mission from undock to splashdown through egress of the crew.
Joe, we've got you on the big loop, ready to copy.
We are complete through most of suit donning. Wadi is still out of her seat. Suit donning is complete, but out of her seat, not strapped in, ready for hatch closure. And Samantha's not yet strapped in, ready to check the PPR of the ISO valve, looking for a go for hatch closure.
And Dragon, you are go for hatch closure.
You go for hatch closure, so work.
And you just heard we have a go for hatch closure on Dragon Freedom. We'll listen in. We have a great view inside of Dragon, and we can see the hatch.
Freedom on the big loop for hatch closure.
Go for hatch closure.
As we were getting ready to close the hatch, Samantha just noticed that it looks like one of the hatch O-rings slipped out of the groove, so we'd like to push that in manually and then continue with hatch closure. Outer hatch seal.
And Dragon, concur with the action there, push the seal back into the groove and continue with hatch closure.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live inside of Dragon Freedom, where they currently have a go for hatch closure. We see NASA's Jessica Watkins and ESA astronaut Samantha Christopher Reddy working to get the hatch closed. We're listening for the final confirmation for hatch closure. Once Dragon's hatch is closed, Nicole Mann is prime and will affix a docking target to the outside of the APAS hatch on the International Space Station and then close it, creating a space between Dragon and the station known as the vestibule. She'll then make her way out of the pressurized mating adapter and close the forward hatch and close the zenith hatch on node 2. Once all hatches are closed, a ground command will be sent to open valves on Dragon to begin depressurizing the vestibule.
We see that black and closed, so request manual override for detail 1.
Standby 1. We are waiting to send a command for hatch close. Standby 1.
Okay, copy that. Standby. SpaceX Freedom, we see PPRB ISO valve is open.
We copy. Dragon, SpaceX for vehicle reconfigurations.
Go, SpaceX.
HL, just keeping you in the loop, ground teams are looking through reconfigurations after we sent that hatch close command. We are going to perform a small pressure bump here. You'll see, or you might notice some gas injections here shortly as we raise the cabin pressure closer to our free flight boundaries.
We copy you, standing by, listening for air direction.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live inside of Crew Dragon Freedom, where Crew 4 crew is settling in for their ride home today. We're looking for a 10:35 a.m. undocking time from the International Space Station. Again, that's 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. And we're looking for the crew to splash down around 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. You heard words from Jake Vendel, the core or the crew operations resource engineer at SpaceX's mission control room in Hawthorne, California, relayed that they were doing an adjustment to the pressure inside of Crew Dragon. We have hatch closure on Dragon confirmed, and we're looking for the APAS hatch to be closed on the International Space Station. Once all hatches are closed, a ground command will be sent to open valves on Dragon to begin depressurizing the vestibule, essentially venting the air inside and bringing it down close to vacuum. They'll pause at about 5 psi for a few minutes to allow temperatures inside the vestibule to stabilize before finishing the depress.
Houston Station on 2 for hatch photos.
With you on 2, Josh.
We the photos from the hatch closure there on SSC 17, and Duke pointed out that the indicator, even though we heard the ratchet in, the indicator isn't quite on the closed indication. That may be nominal.
Checking. And Josh, can you confirm what step you are in?
Those are the photos from 4.2. We're reporting per 4.8, although we're not there yet.
And Josh, can you report what step you closed the hatch in? We were not expecting the hatch to be closed at this time.
Sorry, Alex. It was the Dragon hatch, Dragon port hatch that Crew 4 closed. We needed to take some closeout photos there, and so you'll find those on SSC 17. There is an indication on our side of closed open, and the indicator is not completely unclosed, but we did hear as they closed it that it ratcheted as expected.
Okay, thanks, Josh, for that sync up. That makes sense to us. We're going to talk it over with SpaceX on that indication.
Sounds good, and we'll continue in step 4.
Copy.
Currently seeing live inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Team's being led here by Flight Director Adi Boulos. To his right is Capcom, or Capsule Communicator. That's Alex Kanalinkos. And to his left is the Visiting Vehicle Officer. You'll hear him today as well, and that's Nick Fernald.
SpaceX Freedom on the big loop. We are in step 6.1 of complete suit mounting, ready to pull our arms in and configure for a leak check. Just checking in with you.
And again, on the screen, you see Nick Fernald. You won't hear him today, but he is the Visiting Vehicle Officer. He's in charge and looking after all vehicles coming to and from the International Space Station. He'll be watching as Dragon exits multiple milestones, including the keep-out sphere and the approach ellipsoid a little later today.
In SpaceX on the big loop, you are go to jump into 4.011, tear the suits, but stand by 1 for pressurization.
If you're just joining us, this is live mission coverage of the Crew 4 crew's return to Earth today. We just saw Crew 4 ingress and get seated inside the Dragon Freedom. They currently have a closed hatch, and with that, we'll end coverage for now, but we will be back for continuous coverage through splashdown and crew egress for undocking. We're looking at an undocking time today of 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 Eastern Time. And with that, this is Mission Control Houston, signing off.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. We are counting down now 1 hour, about 8 minutes or so, until undocking of Crew 4 from the International Space Station. We will be staying live through this kind of handoff period with NASA until they resume their live coverage for undocking. So you don't have to head out anywhere. Stay here. If you're just joining us, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the launch pad. Here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. And if you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that subscribe button so you never miss another live launch coverage, space briefing, space news update, or exclusive one-on-one interview. Consider joining us over on the TLP Discord, and make sure you're following us over on Twitter to get space news as it happens. As I said, we'll be staying live through all of today's activities for Crew 4's return to Earth coverage. So we're counting down now just over an hour until expected undocking, and of course we will patch NASA back in once they go live. We're expecting them to do so in about 45 minutes or so from now. They'll be live to give actual live views of the undocking. We're hoping that top right view, that blue box, comes back to us. That is our live view of Crew Dragon Freedom that we have from NASA. And we've been going through some ground passes, and it has not restored back to us having a live view there. So we're not sure if they've pulled that feed down just while they're preparing for undocking, or possibly looking at something else. Many reasons why that feed might be not visible, but we're hoping that that comes back in the meantime. While we take a little bit of a break from NASA, while we wait for them to return, if you guys have questions, you can send those to us in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. We'll be answering those questions live over the next hour as we count down towards undocking. On the top of your screen, you also have countdown to splashdown, 6 hours, 21 minutes, 37 seconds and counting. That is the estimated target splashdown time that SpaceX is currently working towards. Now, they will have some final go, no-goes once they've departed the sphere of influence of the International Space Station and get Crew Dragon on their way home before they do that deorbit burn. So that timeline can shift to the right a little bit if they need to, but right now everything is looking good for today for the crew to actually be able to come home. Yesterday's undocking was delayed due to high winds in the splashdown zone, and that doesn't only affect Crew Dragon itself, but is more for the recovery teams. They need to be able to have the fast boats in the water, as well as the recovery ship, as well as the helicopters as well. So lots of things that go into the recovery method. If you're in Spain, ISS is just about to come overhead here in just a couple of minutes. So this is a live tracking location of the International Space Station. Since we're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, we are in a ground pass handoff, and that's why those live views are not visible, but they should return here shortly. Got some questions coming in the chat. Music of Freedom's asking, when is the launch of the mission to go back to the moon? That's a big question. Artemis 1, when will it launch? We will be putting out a Artemis update video in the next couple of days, so make sure you stay tuned for that. But I can let you know, NASA has confirmed that they are going for rollout of Artemis 1 back to the pad. They're targeting November 4th, but they will have to have it on the pad by November 8th, and they are targeting November 14th at 12:07 a.m. for launch of SLS Artemis 1 back to the moon. Now, first mission with crew, we've still got about 2 more years for that, so we got some time until we see that mission. But Artemis 1 back on the countdown clock. Once we prepare for rollout, we will have our 24/7 live Artemis tracker back up, bringing you live updates as long as we have that live pad view of Artemis 1 out at the pad. So make sure you stay tuned for that. That's where you'll be able to get weather updates, briefing updates, as well as updates on the status of the rocket and the launch windows and everything there. So make sure you have engaged that subscribe button so you come back for that. Thanks so much, Music Freedom. I appreciate that. If you're just joining us, though, we are now just over an hour away from undocking of Crew 4 from the International Space Station. We're going to take a quick commentary break and turn up some space tunes while we wait for NASA to resume. Live views and commentary from NASA should begin in about 40 minutes, but we are going to turn the big loop back on. So we are patched into Mission Control and can listen in there. So we will be hearing interspertent updates from on board the station. So stay with us right here on the launch pad as we continue our uninterrupted coverage of NASA SpaceX Crew 4's return to Earth. Stay with us.
Station Huntsville on Space to Ground 2 for Frank and HRF blood collection stow at your convenience.
Huntsville Station, Space Ground 2 for HRF.
Frank, for your centrifuge stow activity, we caught an error in the stowage note. You have a one-liner bag going into common trash, one-liner bag going into the hardware JSB. All liner bags should be trashed in hardware JSBs.
Copy all, thank you.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for photos.
Go ahead on 2.
Hey Josh, we got the photos of the hatch. We were also expecting photos of the MOI per figures 5 through 8. We're curious if you were able to get those.
Those are good. My earlier call was just an early call, so you guys could see what we were looking at on the indicator. Duke is snapping those photos right now. As a heads up, in 4.4, that MLI is secured, but the Velcro is pretty easy. It doesn't take much to pull it off. But it is all secured, and the striker plates are clear. We're going to get you photos, and Duke might even do a quick little video to show you how much effort it takes to get the Velcro demated.
Okay, copy, Josh. If we can expedite those photos before the video, that would be appreciated. Thank you for those words. And the video,
no problem.
The video is not required. We want to get going on decibel ops.
Copy.
Station Houston on spacecraft 2 for photos.
Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, sorry, Josh. Just to be crystal clear, we don't want you to touch the Velcro or the MLI once the photos are taken, just so that we have final configuration of that MLI.
Copy that and understand. Station on 2. Those MLI photos are now on SSC 17.
Copy, thanks, Josh. You can proceed in step 4 up to closing the hatch, and then we will let you know when we have a good review of the photos.
Copy that. We will stop before we close the hatch.
Good read.
Station on Space Ground 2 for the Talos activity. If you go, I can start step all 2.
Koichi, let's switch over to Space Ground. Excuse me. Switch over to Space Ground 3, but at this point we have no KU coverage.
Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for the Dragon hatch.
Okay, I'll wait for the KU and switch to 3.
Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for the Dragon hatch.
On 2 for Dragon hatch.
Hey Josh, we reviewed those pictures. We'd like you to try to close the hatch further from the ISS side.
Copy, we'll try to close the hatch further from the ISS side. Thank you.
SpaceX and station crew from Freedom. So we recall that as being kind of nominal about the equipment and job, but certainly welcome another attempt from the station sim.
Dragon, SpaceX on the big loop. Can you repeat your last?
Absolutely. From Freedom, we recall even from CIT that the hatch close indication is about about an eighth of an inch off from alignment. But we certainly welcome an additional attempt to close the hatch further from the station site.
SpaceX copies. Hatch closed indicator is approximately 1/8 inch off of alignment, and we do have the station side working on a further ratcheting right now. Standby 1 for more.
We hear it.
Houston Station on 2 for Dragon Hatch. That worked great. We got full close. I snapped 2 pictures if you want to see it.
Copy, full close. Appreciate that.
And Alex, do you want the photos?
Not required at this time, Josh. Thank you.
Copy, thanks.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for hatch photos.
ahead, Alex.
Josh, we changed our minds. We would like those hatch photos at your convenience.
Here they come. Houston Station on 2, those photos of the indicator and the closed indication are on SSC 1717.
Copy 17. Josh, we're running a little tight on the timeline, so we'd like a status of where you are, and we also are going to give you a go in step 5.3 for APAS hatch closure.
Okay, we've got a go in step 5.3 to close the APAS, and where we currently are is we're just on those storm edge clamps and verifying the 11-inch panels.
Copy.
And Freedom SpaceX for timeline. Yep, understood. We are looking at a 1-hour undock window and sliding at least 30 minutes into the window. That's the current status, and we'll get back to you as soon as we know more.
Houston and Dragon ISS, the APAS hatch and APAS equalization valves are closed, ready for Dragon IDA vestibule depress.
Houston copies.
And Station and Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Ground will initiate vestibule depressurization shortly.
Station copies. Houston Station on 2 for step 7 of 2.103.
With you on 2, Josh.
We just want to confirm that you want us to execute step 7, taking all the equipment out of the PMA and closing the overhead hatch.
Checking. Back with you on 2, Josh. For the PMA, we aren't expecting anything to come out. Just make sure there's no loose equipment.
Okay, copy that. We'll leave everything in there, just make sure it's secure, and then we'll continue with the rest of step 7, but we'll get you a photo of that. And just a heads up, we got both lab and cupola shutters closed.
Copy all. Station Houston on Space Ground 2 and step 7.4. The IMV is deactivated.
The IMV deactivated, thanks.
СОП Москва, МКС, канал СГ-1 для Дмитрия.
Отвечаем СГ-1.
Емкость едовиков заменена в МЛМе. 14.10 установлена. В 14.07 старый остаток порядка 2,5 литров. Аэрозольные фильтры проверены, все в порядке. ВМС отметил.
Все принято, спасибо большое.
2.1.
Copy 2.1.
С Москвы. С Москвы экипажу КСВД-1. СУП Москвы экипажем КСВД-1.
Встречаем ВСГ-1.
Так, у нас прошел сигнал смог 15-13-39. Сработавший датчик не показан. То есть снялся уже сигнал. Какой-то несерьезный был сигнал.
Еще раз, Сереж, ты говоришь, серьезный сигнал или что?
Несерьезный сигнал прошел, потому что даже, хотя смолк горел у нас намордник, но очень быстро снялся он.
Принято, никаких посторонних запахов, ничего не ощущается?
Нет, никаких запахов не ощущается, сработавшего датчика даже на РС-1 мы не заметили. Поэтому какой-то ложный отказ.
Да, Сереж, а вы сами в это время не работали там, что-нибудь там, уборка или
Welcome
еще
back to
что-то?
the International Space Station Flight Control Room. I'm NASA Shaniqua Varine, and you are watching live mission coverage for the NASA SpaceX Crew 4 mission. Today we are returning 4 astronauts home after a 6-month science mission aboard the International Space Station.
Houston Station on 2.
With you on 2, Josh.
As you probably already heard, sounded like there is no fire there in the Russian segment. We've got zeros on our CSACPs here in node 2. So if you agree, I think we're stepping back into the Dragon procedures. Do you?
Well, we don't need that.
Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for Josh.
Go ahead on 2.
Yep, thank you again for that report. We're waiting on our colleagues in the Russian segment to give us the CSA-CP readings there. Other than that, we will let you know when we are continuing.
Okay, copy that. We will stand by on resuming the Dragon maps.
Good read.
Again, you're watching live mission coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission, returning 4 astronauts home from a 6-month stay aboard the International Space Station. Mission control teams here and at SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, have delayed today's undocking time, moving it to the right about 30 minutes. We're looking at 11:05 a.m. Central Time for an undocking, the middle of a 1-hour undocking window to allow crew on the International Space Station to check the hatch alignment on the ISS side of the docking interface. Crews are proceeding now with vestibule depressurization and moving along towards that 11:05 a.m. Central Time undocking. Today's undocking is autonomous, but will be monitored by ground controllers here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and in Hawthorne, California. Teams are being led here by Flight Director Adi Boulos.
Station Houston on the big loop, letting you know that we did get confirmation that this was a false fire, and we are continuing on the undock procedures.
Copy, thanks. Good news.
Station copies, and we are in step 3.1 of U.S. hatch seal inspection.
Currently getting a live view inside of SpaceX Dragon Freedom attached to the space-facing port of the Harmony module. Dragon is returning to Earth later today, expected still at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, returning a crew of 4 along with hundreds of pounds of return cargo. We're looking for Dragon to depart the station again. That's 11:05 a.m. Central Time. Upon undocking, Dragon will have a small set of firings or burns to push it away from the station. Again, we're looking for a deorbit burn to come a few hours later. Looking at around a 3 o'clock deorbit burn for a 3:55 p.m. Central Time splashdown off the coast of Florida, and that's Jacksonville, Florida.
Houston Station on 2 for hatch seal inspection. The Node 2 Zenith hatch seal is complete and no anomalies.
Houston copies.
There are a couple milestones we'll see Dragon meet this morning. First, those departure burns, but then it will cross the keep out sphere, an invisible line around the station with a 200-meter radius. It will keep heading away from the station and will stand by until it makes its way out of the approach ellipsoid, another invisible line considered the neighborhood of the station. These invisible lines are where we have checkpoints for the vehicle on the way to and from the station. Once that command to undock is sent, we will be looking for 2 sets of 6 hooks from the International Space Station to be released from Dragon Freedom. After open, 2 small undocking burns that will last less than 2 seconds, and we'll begin to see separation of the vehicle. The spacecraft will start to slowly drift away. Next, Dragon will have a few departure burns to get it into the proper position away from station for its eventual deorbit burn, scheduled later today at 3:01 p.m. Central Time. That will slow Dragon down enough to drop it out of orbit and send it towards its landing zone, splashing down at approximately 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern.
Houston Station on 2, those PMA 3 closeout photos are on SSC 17. Copy.
If you're just joining us, the Crew Dragon Freedom, along with Crew 4, is ready to depart the space station, having arrived on April 27th. The crew consists of NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and ESA astronaut Samantha Christopher Reddy.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop for timeline impacts and return to Earth plan. Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop for timeline impacts and return to Earth plan.
On the big loop.
HL, we've got some time to talk here, so I want to walk through the plan for the next few hours and give you a chance to ask any questions you might have. First, we expect about 20 minutes remaining here on the vestibule leak check, complete around 1550. After that, we have some final vehicle reconfigurations prior to undock and are targeting 1600 for undock sequence start. How copy?
$1,600 for undock sequence start.
Good copy. Some more words. After we undock, we are targeting Jacksonville as primary with Tallahassee as an alternate 24 hours later. And to get down to Jacksonville, we've got depart burns 1, 2, and 3, 1 prop waste burn, and then the deorbit burn. Expect all the events on your timeline through depart burn 3 to shift 30 minutes, but the prop waste burn and deorbit burn timing is accurate. How copy?
We copy all.
Continuing, latest forecast in Jacksonville shows winds averaging below 7 knots, shallow waves, no rain, great weather to land. Our recovery vessel Megan is on site, not tracking any issues. They're ready to get you out of the water. And I just got word from Rick on the boat. He said, see you soon.
Copy, good looking weather. Megan is on station and has no issues, and we are looking forward to seeing Rick's smile and face.
And a few more words on timeline. After we undock, it's a bit of an expedited timeline to splash down. You're out of suits for less than 2 hours. I'm going to leave it up to y'all to manage suit stowage as appropriate. We're going to plan a PMC after depart burn 2, and I'll leave it up to you to take it or waive it at that time. How copy so far?
Copy. It's going to have shorter time out of suits. We'll manage the suit stowage and schedule PMC after depart burn 2.
Good copy. Continuing, manual control of cabin temperature is not going to work through 4.080 as we start to cool the vehicle prior to deorbit. And as a final note, I'm going to have you step into 4.700 now to get a head start on cabin configuration for the deorbit sequence. I've got 2 notes on that procedure. The first is that pre-chill is not necessary in section 1. Essentially skip that section. Second note, floater cam inspection not necessary in section 4. So similarly to suits, we'll be looking to you to manage cargo and have the cabin configured for entry prior to suit leak checks at 1855. How copy?
Copy. We're stepping pre-chill and then step 4. We will not be getting the floater camera out, but we will be managing stowage and cargo prior to 1855.
Good copy on all. And now a question for you. Do you have any questions for the team down here in Hawthorne?
I would like to know what the froyo of the day is.
And Freedom, we've got vanilla and orange guava sorbet here. I don't expect you'll make it here this week, but we'll see you soon here in Hawthorne.
Great. Sure appreciate it. We don't have any other questions. We're looking forward to seeing folks on the Megan.
Copy all, Freedom. We're looking forward to seeing you as well, and I'll be back with you shortly on vestibule leak check status.
And with that, Houston Station on 2, we've got the Node 2 overhead hatch and MPEV closed, and you've already got the SSC 17 for those downlink photos.
Copy.
And you just heard a message from Jake Vendel, the core in SpaceX Mission Control, the crew operations resource engineer, reporting to Dragon Commander Kjell Lindgren that they do have a 30-minute delay in today's undocking time. Again, we're moving that to the right to 11:05 a.m. Central Time, the middle of a 1-hour undocking window, and this allowed the crew on the ISS time to check the hatch alignment on the ISS side of the docking interface. Crews are currently in vestibule leak check, and we're waiting to see that moves forward nominally. NASA and SpaceX are still targeting a 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. Wrapping up nearly 6-month science mission for NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and ESA astronaut Samantha Christopher Reddy.
Station Tsukuba on Space Ground 2 for Koichi. When you have a chance, give us a call on Space Ground 3.
Taking another live look at the SpaceX Dragon Freedom attached to the space-facing port of the Harmony module. Dragon is returning to Earth later today, expected at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time, with about 500 pounds of research and return cargo, along with the crew members. About 4 hours after Dragon departs from the station, it will conduct a deorbit burn, which will last about 16 minutes and 40 seconds. It'll then take about 30 minutes for Dragon to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere for its parachute-assisted splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. Again, we're expecting that splashdown at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern. There are a couple milestones we'll see Dragon meet this morning. First, those departure burns, but then it will cross the keep-out sphere, an invisible line around the station with a 200-meter radius. It will keep heading away from the station and will stand by until it makes its way out of the approach ellipsoid, another invisible line considered the neighborhood of the station. These invisible lines are where we have checkpoints for the vehicle on the way to and from the station. Once that command to undock is sent, we will be looking for 2 sets of 6 hooks from the International Space Station to be released from Dragon Freedom. After open, 2 small undocking burns that will last less than 2 seconds, and we'll see separation of the vehicle from the International Space Station. The spacecraft will start to slowly drift away. Next, we'll have a few departure burns to get it into the proper position away from the station for its eventual deorbit. And we're looking for deorbit burn to be around 3:01 p.m. Central Time. That will slow Dragon down enough to drop it out of orbit and send it toward the landing zone, splashing down at approximately 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time, off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida.
Houston and Munich on space ground 2 for the timeline.
Houston's here on 2.
Okay, I'm going to go to space ground 3 for the timeline discussion.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live inside of Dragon Freedom, where the Crew 4 astronauts are preparing for undocking today, returning after a 6-month science mission aboard the International Space Station. NASA and SpaceX are targeting an 11:05 a.m. Central Time undocking from the International Space Station, with a splashdown time of 3:55 p.m. Eastern Time, Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time, off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. We'll be providing continuous coverage through splashdown and crew egress later today. In just a few minutes, our colleagues at Mission Control X, or SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, will be joining the broadcast and giving us some updates on what's been happening there. Dragon and the International Space Station are currently flying 259 statute miles above the Pacific Ocean off the coast of the United States. Again, we should see and hear from our colleagues joining the broadcast from MCCX, SpaceX's Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, just here shortly.
You're looking at a live view of the Dragon Freedom spacecraft as we await its departure from the International Space Station on its way back to planet Earth. It's Friday, October 14th here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Now, we expect Dragon to push away from the space station at 9:05 a.m. Pacific or 16:05 GMT. And that will be with our Crew 4 astronauts, including Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. The crew is currently suited up and inside Dragon, and the station hatches are all sealed in preparation for departure. Thanks for tuning in to watch live coverage of Crew Dragon completing its 4th official long-duration mission for NASA's Commercial Crew Program. My name is Kate Tice, and I'm the Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX. Joining me today from NASA Communications is Sandra Jones. Welcome.
Thanks for having me, Kate. It's great to be here. So once Dragon departs station, the crew's flight home is expected to last around 5 hours. Upon separation from station, Dragon will use its Draco engines to thrust away from the station in a series of carefully choreographed maneuvers, or 4 departure burns, to increase the distance between the spacecraft and the space station. Dragon will also execute a phasing burn to lower its orbit and line the spacecraft up with its landing location.
Next on its trip home is deorbit, entry, and landing, which covers all operations after the final departure maneuver. That includes trunk separation, closure of the nose cone, a deorbit burn, deployment of the drogue and main parachutes, and finally splashdown, which will be off the Florida coast, at which point our teams will recover Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha. Later today, Dragon is targeted to splash down off the coast of Florida at 1:55 p.m. Pacific, and that's today, October 13th, or 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time, and followed by the crew getting picked up at sea by one of the SpaceX recovery vessels.
That's right, Kate. And today on board the International Space Station is the Expedition 68 crew. They're currently being led by Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Prokopyev, who just took over as station commander from Samantha Cristoforetti, who is coming home today on Crew 4. And as a reminder, just like its approach to the International Space Station, Dragon's departure and deorbit is designed to be fully autonomous, requiring no action from the crew on board. NASA astronaut Nicole Mann helped the crew members prepare for departure earlier today and will be watching from the cupola. But the prime departure monitoring role falls on Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines from inside Dragon. Mission controls in Houston and Hawthorne will back them up. So let's head over to Shaniqua Vereen at the Johnson Space Center to talk a bit about how the station crew have been preparing to send the crew home and what we can expect from here until Dragon departs from station. Shaniqua?
Thanks, Sandra, and welcome back to the International Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The flight control team is primed and ready for this morning's undocking operations. Today's Orbit 2 team is being led by NASA Flight Director Adi Boulos. Since Crew 5's arrival just last week, it's been a busy week during our direct handover. Over the last several days, the astronauts worked to pack Dragon full of cargo for their return journey home. Along with the crew, Dragon will return hundreds of pounds of cargo back to Earth. The cargo inside includes some samples from continuing human research and some hardware and other items. All of the cargo will be offloaded after we get the crew out following splashdown, and the scientific samples will then be sent to researchers for final analysis. The crew also took time to get their SpaceX suits unpacked and ready for their journey home. Since getting the hatches closed around 9:20 a.m. Central Time, all 4 astronauts are now suited up and in their seats and standing by for undocking. We'll continue through to a final go, no-go poll coming up in just a few minutes, where the joint SpaceX and NASA teams make their final call for Dragon to depart station. This is one of many checkpoints in the return that will continue all the way until just before the deorbit burn, giving mission managers multiple chances to assess the weather at the splashdown zones and making sure everything is lining up before Dragon departs. So we'll stand by for the final go, no-go, but for now, everything's continuing to look good here and on time departure of 11:05 a.m. Central Time. With that, I'll throw it back over to you guys. Over to you, Kate and Sandra.
Thanks, Shaniqua. All good news to hear. Now, separation is set for approximately 9:05 a.m. Pacific or 16:05 GMT, which is just a couple minutes from now. At the moment, Dragon, which you see there on your screen, is in its final configuration before undocking, and we are waiting for mission operators to conduct their go, no-go poll on whether to move forward with the undocking procedure.
And just like during its approach to the International Space Station, Dragon's departure and deorbit is designed to be fully autonomous, requiring no action from the crew on board, which is even easier this time around since the crew won't have to stop at any waypoints like when we see a vehicle arrive.
Now, once the undocking sequence is complete, Dragon will use its Draco engines to thrust away from the station in a series of carefully choreographed maneuvers, or 4 departure...
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for exercise.
Alright, see ya.
Go for exercise on 2.
Yeah, until we complete undock, ARED, we have a constraint on ARED exercise. So can you let Sergey know he is no-go on ARED, and actually it's all exercise?
No exercise until undock complete. Thank you.
Now, once the undocking sequence is complete, Dragon will use its Draco engines, which you see a couple of those thruster ports there on your screen. It'll use those Draco engines to thrust away from the station in a series of carefully choreographed maneuvers, or 4 departure burns, to increase the distance between the spacecraft and the space station. From there, a phasing burn will place Dragon on a trajectory back to Earth.
And next on its trip is...
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop. Vestibule leak check nominal, and we're going to step into residual depress imminently.
And continuing to step through those procedures ahead of undocking today, hearing everything continues to move smoothly. So next on its trip home, following what Kate just discussed, is deorbit, entry, and landing, which covers all operations after the final departure maneuver. So that includes trunk separation, closure of the nose cone, a deorbit burn, deployment of the drogue and main parachutes, and finally splashdown off the Florida coast, at which point our teams will recover the Crew 4 astronauts inside Crew Dragon from the water.
It's always super exciting to follow along. Now, we are expecting that go, no-go poll to occur in about 2 minutes or so. Again, that is basically the last poll for the mission operators to basically make sure that everything, both on board Dragon and on board station, to everybody to confirm between here in Mission Control and Hawthorne, as well as Mission Control over at NASA and at Johnson Space Center, basically for all teams to make sure that everybody is thumbs up for undocking from the International Space Station. And there's our first live look actually inside the capsule with our crew, 4 astronauts there. As you can see, they're all buckled in, their suits are on, and everyone looks pretty comfy to me.
Yep, absolutely. And the crew will remain in these suits during the dynamic phase of the mission. So once they are undocked successfully and a little bit away from the space station, they will be able to take those suits off. But we are targeting a pretty short phasing from undocking to splashdown. So we heard a call earlier that they're only going to be out of their suits for about 2 hours or so, and then they'll put them back on, get suited, and get ready for re-entry and splashdown.
Yeah, now while they have their suits on, they are, and as in their seats, as we see here, they are plugged in to the umbilical, which is basically the connection point between the suit and the seat, and therefore the spacecraft as a whole. So as they're sitting here, they're able to be connected like with electronics, avionics, so those communication systems that we will hear as they speak back and forth to core here at SpaceX Mission Control. But also they have fresh air being flowed through the suit, so I don't have to worry about them really being uncomfortable because they have cool nitrox or nitrogen oxygen mixture being pumped through the suit to help regulate their body temperature and keep them comfy.
And speaking of umbilicals, there's some other umbilicals that are going to come into play here in just a few minutes when we do have the undocking sequence that begins. There's umbilicals that will retract, and those are providing the power right now for Dragon. Once it does depart from the space station, Dragon will receive power from the solar cells on Dragon, which you may have seen when we had the view of Dragon, which is, of course, currently docked, but won't be for very long. We have the go, no-go poll coming up in just a couple of minutes from now, and if all goes well, then we'll undock just a short time from now also.
I would imagine at this point in time, this crew has been on station for months, right? I bet they're excited to come home and see their families, but I would also imagine that this moment might be a little bittersweet, Sandra. Like their home away from home is on station, and here they are buckled in and only hours away from splashing down at this point. So I could imagine that there is excitement, but also a little bit of sadness that their journey in space is coming to end, at least for now.
Yeah, I'm sure. They've been on station for 170 days, actually, which is just shy of 6 months. They arrived on April 27th. So the crew has actually completed over 2,720 orbits of Earth during their time on station, and has traveled over 72 million miles cumulative, which is pretty crazy to think about. But I'm sure you're right. I bet there is some bittersweetness to it. Excited to see your family, but sad to be leaving this environment.
On the big loop, final reconfigurations for undock are complete and nominal. Houston and Hawthorne teams have pulled go for undock sequence start at 1600 and separation at 1605. Confirm visors down and crew are ready for undock and departure.
And SpaceX Freedom copies full to go for undock. Our visors are all secured closed, and we are ready for undock.
Copy all.
So we did just hear the confirmation that Dragon has the go to undock. So we are now waiting for that undocking sequence to begin. It should start in just about 2 minutes from now. And once that sequence does begin, it will take less than 5 minutes for Dragon to separate from the International Space Station. It's home for nearly 6 months.
Now, the first step in that automatic undocking sequence is for the umbilicals to retract, as Sandra mentioned earlier. These umbilicals connect Dragon systems to the space station, which transfer power, telemetry, and commands between the two vehicles throughout Dragon's stay. And once that's complete, Dragon will unlatch itself from the space station by releasing 12 hard capture hooks in 2 separate phases. All of that combined will take roughly 4.5 minutes, and then Dragon will be ready to depart from station and begin to move itself further and further away using its Draco thrusters.
And Dragon's initial departure from station is a little different than other docked vehicles like the Soyuz that rely on springs to push them away from the docking port. Dragon will execute 2 short thruster firings to undock using a combination of the 12 Draco engines around the base of the capsule, with the first breaking any stiction between Dragon and the docking port, and the second slowly backing the spacecraft away. So we're expecting the call for the undocking sequence to begin in just moments from now.
SpaceX on the big loop, undock sequence commanded.
And there you heard it.
Perfect timing, Sandra. So live view there of the Dragon capsule. As we were talking a little bit before, those are the solar panels that you see there on the trunk portion of Dragon. We will, of course, be separating.
Freedom SpaceX, umbilical demate, complete and nominal.
Good news there. It sounds like we got confirmation that those umbilicals that we were just talking about that help connect the station to Dragon while it's on board have nominally disconnected.
And so as we said, it will be less than 5 minutes from the point that sequence was sent, which was at 9 a.m. So about 4 minutes from now, we should be able to see some of the first movement as Dragon slowly backs away from the space station.
So as I was mentioning before, the black portion that's there, that is the trunk. We will be separating that from the Dragon capsule. The small silver line that you see at the bottom part of the Dragon capsule itself, that's the heat shield, which of course is necessary to reveal in order for them to make atmospheric reentry. So we will be, after Dragon moves away from station, we will be separating. But I love this view that we have because it's such a gorgeous view of those solar panels, which we make here in-house, as well as the trunk itself. So I love that we're able to see that configuration basically in its last time before it deorbits and eventually, burns up in the atmosphere.
So with Dragon now getting ready to undock, let's check in with Shaniqua Vereen in Mission Control at the Johnson Space Center.
Thanks, Sandra. And we do have that confirmation of umbilical has retracted and the command for undock has been sent. Next up, we'll be looking for umbilical retraction and look for 2 sets of 6 hooks to open. That will take just a couple of minutes.
Copy.
And we have a first set of those hooks open. And the second set are moving. That's 6 hooks open, and we're working on the next 6, a total of 12 hooks in all that will be open today.
Dragon, SpaceX on the big loop, all hooks open.
Copy. See the burns.
And Dragon separation confirmed.
Copy. Thank you.
All 12 hooks now open. Hooks all open and release confirmed at 11:05 a.m. Central Time, while Dragon and the International Space Station flew 259 statute miles above the North Atlantic Ocean.
Freedom Station on the big loop. Station.
We're sad to see you go. We wish you Godspeed, safe re-entry and landing, and calm seas. We're going to miss you guys. We're thankful for your mentorship. Enjoy your time with your families.
Thanks for the good work, Station. It was an absolute pleasure and privilege to serve on the space station these past 6 months, and a joy to get to work with you all for the past couple of weeks. We know that you're going to continue to do amazing things on station. We look forward to seeing you back home as well.
And those were words from the crew on the ISS to the crew inside Dragon Freedom, giving them farewells as they head on their journey back to home on Earth.
And Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 0 was nominal.
Copy.
For astronauts, time aboard the orbital outpost is complete following a 6-month science and research mission. Undocking occurred at 11:05 a.m. Central Time, 12:05 p.m. Eastern Time, while the International Space Station was flying over the North Atlantic Ocean. Next up will be a series of departure burns to push Dragon further from the space station. To take us through those burns, I will turn it back over to Hawthorne. Kate, Sandra?
Thanks, Shaniqua. I just want to point out that awesome view that we had moments ago. There it is. That is a view from Dragon as it leaves the International Space Station. So it's incredible that it was just there moments ago and it's moving already as we can see further and further away.
And they were docked to the Node 2 Zenith port, or space-facing port. And you did see a little bit of those thruster firings take place already. That was for burn 0, which we did hear was nominal. Lasted just a couple of seconds long, but that little bit was enough to push it away from the space station. And we are now awaiting departure burn 1.
So there's a live view inside Dragon Freedom. On the right-hand side would be pilot Bob Hines, and on the left-hand side would be Commander Kjell Lindgren.
And they'll continue to monitor on the screens inside of Crew Dragon Freedom as they continue the journey back home, but we are hearing that everything is proceeding as expected. We are targeting that departure burn 1 about 2 minutes from now.
Departure burn 1 will increase that initial opening rate between Crew Dragon and the space station. At this point in time, we are utilizing the Draco thrusters, which are on board Dragon. This departure burn, we're expecting it to last about 21 seconds. At this point, Dragon is steering itself. The approach and undocking, basically getting to station and leaving it, everything is autonomous. However, the crew is able to take over at any point in time if necessary. But as you can see right there, they're able to follow along with everything happening with the capsule and their progress for their departure there on those screens that we saw moments ago.
Yeah, exactly right. And during docking, when we have a vehicle that's approaching space station, it can take a little bit longer because we have these hold points that we wait at for safety purposes and precautions, but during undocking, it can happen a lot quicker, and you really saw that. They just undocked a few minutes ago, and now they're already backing away. We're moving into the next departure burn, which we should hear the call out that it has begun any second now. And again, you said this is a pretty short burn, will only last about 20 seconds or so.
So standing by for the call that departure burn 1 has begun. Again, departure burn 1 will last for about 20 seconds.
And we are hearing that the burn is underway. So this burn is going to increase the initial opening rate between Crew Dragon and the space station. And as you mentioned, Kate, that this burn utilizes the service section Dracos.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 1 nominal. At this time, you are go to doff suits per procedure 4.012 if desired. If you do take the suits off and stow them, we ask that you stow with visors closed. And finally, a reminder that the big loop will be deactivated following Dragon's exit from the approach ellipsoid.
Freedom copies, we are good to doff suits. When we stow them, we'll stow them with visors closed. And we will come off the big loop as we exit the ellipsoid.
Good copy.
And we did hear confirmation that that departure burn 1 is complete and went perfectly as expected. It lasted 21 seconds and used those service section Dracos. We also heard some words from the ground up to the crew letting them know that they have the option to take off their spacesuits if they would like. They don't have to though, but if they would care to do so, they're able to do so now at this point. Dragon is already about 175 meters away from the space station, and so the next major milestone that we're looking for is when Dragon exits the keep out sphere. That's that imaginary sphere or boundary 200 meters in radius around the space station, and it is one of several safety zones set up to govern visiting spacecraft either arriving or departing the space station. But before moving into the keep out sphere, spacecraft have to be configured where they would not cross the imaginary boundary for at least 4 orbits, even if the spacecraft lost all maneuvering for some reason. So the vehicle is now about 207 meters away.
And Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop. To confirm, cameras are external.
Freedom copies, cameras are external.
So that was SpaceX core, which you see there. We'll saw moments.
Freedom departs the keep out ellipsoid. I want to just thank the space station program and all of our international partners for the incredible training and on-orbit support. It's been an incredible 6 months, and we're looking forward to getting home to our families. Thanks so much.
Sounded like some nice words there from Commander Kjell Lindgren.
Freedom, we appreciate those kind words. We will miss you, and we look forward to seeing you back home. And ISS, the Dragon has exited the keep-out sphere.
As you just heard there, we just got word that Dragon exited the keep-out sphere. As Sandra mentioned, it's an imaginary boundary around the station. The next event that we are standing by for is for Dragon to exit the approach ellipsoid. I just want to mention real quick that view on screen there is SpaceX Mission Control, which is just to the left of Sandra and I. That's where SpaceX Core or Crew Operations and Resources Engineer Jacob Dick Vendel is standing by. That is the primary voice that you hear communicating to the crew, at least whenever they are speaking to Mission Control here in Hawthorne. We also, of course, have Mission Control Houston over at NASA's Johnson Space Center, and that was the voice that we heard just moments ago of Chell speaking to. And there's that live view of Johnson Space Center Mission Control now. So both teams are integrated and working together and communicating with station and with crew as we have their departure, their departure now confirmed, and they are now making their way further and further away from the station. Now, as I mentioned before, as we are waiting for Dragon to exit the approach ellipsoid, or AE, as you hear it referred to, another imaginary shape that we have. This time, it's a three-dimensional ellipsoid, which measures 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, and that's in the same family as the Keep-Out sphere. One of the key differences with the approach ellipsoid is that vehicles outside it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. That means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours again, even if it lost all of its maneuvering capability. So we will be listening in for that call out once we hear confirmation that Dragon is outside that approach ellipsoid, or AE. And that's a live view from the station looking at Dragon Freedom.
And so at this time, Crew Dragon Freedom is 378 meters away from the International Space Station. So we are standing by for confirmation that we have exited the approach ellipsoid. We are expecting that about 5-6 minutes from now. So we are getting closer. But as you mentioned, we can continue to see Dragon get smaller as in this view from the International Space Station. Again, there are 4 crew members inside Crew Dragon Freedom. That includes NASA astronauts Chell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, as well as European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. They have been on board the International Space Station for 170 days now, after they launched from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida on April 27th.
As I mentioned earlier in the webcast, at this point, I would imagine that the astronauts are excited to come home. It has been nearly 6 months since they've seen their families, but I would also imagine that this moment is pretty bittersweet. They have done they've worked really hard while on station. They've done lots and lots of science. Sandra mentioned that they have, what was the number that you had earlier? It was thousands of orbits. I can't remember quite what it was off the top of my head, but they have traveled so far during their 6-month stay up on station, and it's their home away from home at this point. So I'm sure they're very much looking forward to getting back to their families here on Earth. But I'm sure that, the next basically 5.5 hours are bittersweet, because it's their last visit. And there we actually, if you look at the Dragon capsule there, we can actually see the thrusting in action of those Draco thrusters that we were mentioning before. That's what Dragon is using to maneuver away from the space station.
And all of that is done autonomously, as we've mentioned several times in the broadcast. But just to jump back to your point on the numbers, so they, again, have been on board station for 170 days. They've orbited the Earth 2,700...
Freedom, SpaceX on Dragon to ground. Comm check on the cabin mic came through. How us?
You loud and clear. Thanks.
So that was just a quick comm check. Now that the crew members are doffing or taking off their spacesuits, they no longer have that in-air communication because their helmets are off, so they're going to be using the in-cabin microphone to communicate with ground teams.
SpaceX, Freedom has you loud and clear on the Dragon to ground.
Copy all. Good to hear you on Dragon to ground.
So we are standing by for confirmation that the crew has exited the approach ellipsoid. We're expecting that to happen about 5 minutes from now. And again, this is an imaginary shape around the space station that is 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 4 kilometers. And any spacecraft that enter into this imaginary shape have to be in a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, which just means the spacecraft would not cross into that approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, even if it lost all of its maneuvering for some reason. So we are continuing to stand by for confirmation that we've exited that approach ellipsoid at about 4 minutes from now. But I did just want to finish up on the numbers here because it's really pretty staggering when you think about it. So the crew has orbited the Earth 2,720 times during their 170 days on orbit. The International Space Station is traveling 17,500 miles per hour, which means that the crew orbits the Earth every 90 minutes and sees a sunset and a sunrise every 45 minutes. So that equates to over 72 million miles traveled in the last 6-ish months that they've been on board.
That's pretty wild. Once again, that's a live view from the International Space Station looking at Crew Dragon Freedom with our 4 Crew 4 astronauts on board. They have gotten out of their seats. They are doffing or taking off their suits, and they're able to basically hang out for a couple hours before they have to put their suits back on for the re-entry phase of their return home. Now this view, because the sun is shining on it and Dragon is getting further and further away from the station, it's hard to make out the specific features, but the nose cone at this point is still open. That won't close until a little bit later on when we are closer to the re-entry portion. The trunk is also still attached. That is a portion that we will jettison from the capsule in order to expose the heat shield, which will be utilized, that heat shield will be utilized for that atmospheric re-entry.
We're about 3 minutes away from the point at which we will exit the approach ellipsoid, but continuing to hear good call-outs that everything is proceeding as expected today. We are targeting a splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville later this afternoon. That splashdown is targeted for 1:55 p.m. Pacific time. And we also did hear that the boat is already out there in place in preparation for Crew 4 to splash down. The boat that's being utilized today is Megan, after Crew 2 astronaut Megan MacArthur.
Just as a reminder for those tuning in recently, the Dragon Freedom spacecraft has separated from the International Space Station. In total, it will be completing 4 departure burns, basically all designed to increase the distance between the spacecraft and the space station. And then once that is complete, as Sandra just mentioned, we'll begin that re-entry portion. In total, the astronauts will have about 5.5 hours between undocking and splashdown, so relatively speaking, a pretty short journey back to Earth.
Dragon is now 860 meters away from space station, and you can see in this view here from the International Space Station that Dragon is continuing to get smaller and smaller as it backs away from the space station, expecting the call out that we've exited the approach ellipsoid in about a minute from now. So we are waiting for that call out that Dragon is outside of the approach ellipsoid. And everything has been moving along pretty smoothly so far today. We are just waiting for that call out here any moment from now that the crew has exited the approach ellipsoid. They are about 980 meters away from the space station.
As we mentioned earlier, everything is carefully choreographed, both approaching and departing the space station. Fortunately for us, because it has been a long few days, I should say, the departure phase is a lot faster moving than the approach. So we are able to, basically the crew, as I mentioned before, will only have about 5.5 hours between the undocking and the splashdown of their spacecraft. And all in all, that's a pretty short journey. Of course, we are at the mercy of orbital mechanics, so it all depends on where the station is and where we are targeting a splashdown, and basically the time that it takes to get from that point to the splashdown point. Of course, it's I would imagine the astronauts might prefer a shorter trip home because, again, they get to see their families sooner, but it all kind of depends. So for those that have tuned in for our departure and splashdown webcasts previously, sometimes they're a little longer, but this one is only about 5.5 hours in total for this journey.
And we are hearing confirmation that Crew 4 has exited the approach ellipsoid. That was the next major milestone that we were looking towards.
It is on a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory.
There on your screen is SpaceX core Jake Vendel.
And Freedom SpaceX, repeating my last, Dragon has exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory.
And SpaceX Freedom copies out of the approach ellipsoid and 24-hour free drift. Thanks.
Good words.
And Dragon Freedom has now exited the approach ellipsoid, or AE, which is another imaginary shape, this time a three-dimensional ellipsoid that measures 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, in the same family as the Keep-Out sphere. One of the key differences with the AE is that vehicles outside it have to be on what we call So again, one of those key differences.
And Freedom SpaceX, one more note, we are going to take down the big loop shortly.
So again, Dragon has now exited the approach ellipsoid, and as I was saying, one of those key differences with the approach ellipsoid is that vehicles outside it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory.
Say again, Les.
HL, just one more follow-on. We are deactivating the big loop imminently.
Okay, copy. Deactivating the big loop. Thanks.
And so you did hear those words back and forth from the ground here in Hawthorne to the crew on Freedom, namely the commander, Kjell Lindgren, just letting them know that the big loop is going to be deactivated, and that happens because once we cross out of the approach ellipsoid, we're no longer in integrated operations with NASA and SpaceX. So now that we're out of the approach ellipsoid, they were just letting the crew know that that was the case. So again, we have exited the approach ellipsoid, so this means the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours if it lost all maneuvering, because it is in that 24-hour safe free drift trajectory.
And now that NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, as well as European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, have departed the International Space Station, it will take them about 5.5 hours until they make their way back to Earth. Next up, the crew will they already have doffed or taken off their spacesuits to settle in for their flight home. And today, Dragon is targeting a splashdown off of the coast. You see our recovery vessel there. It'll be splashing down off the coast of Florida at 1:55 p.m. Pacific, followed by the crew getting picked up at sea by that recovery vessel that you just saw. And as they rest up, our teams here in Hawthorne will continue to keep an eye on the weather to ensure a safe return to Earth for Dragon and our Crew 4 astronauts.
And though our coverage here in Hawthorne is concluding for now, we'll turn it over to the NASA team in Houston to take us through the next phases of the Crew 4 mission. NASA TV will stay on the air for continuous live coverage along Crew 4's journey home. And for those of you watching online on NASA's YouTube, take a look at the description below the video. There you'll be able to find the new link for the Crew 4 coast phase. Live coverage will continue at that new location here shortly. And if you're watching on NASA TV, you won't notice a change whatsoever as coverage will continue.
Meanwhile, SpaceX's YouTube channel will join live coverage starting roughly 1 hour prior to splashdown. And as always, you can find mission updates on Twitter at NASA, at SpaceX, and on the web at nasa.gov. Thanks for watching this morning, and we'll see you soon for splashdown.
And welcome back to the International Space Station Flight Control Room. I'm NASA Shaniqua Vereen. I'll take you through to the next phases of the mission. Crew 4 and Dragon Freedom are currently in a coast phase, looking for a 5-hour from undock to splashdown time. Freedom completed a nominal depart burn 1 and has departed the approach ellipsoid. Today's phasing will be the shortest we've performed for a Crew Dragon return, with only 2 hours before the crew begins preparations for entry and splashdown. Again, today's phasing will be the shortest we perform for a Crew Dragon return, with only 2 hours before the crew begins preparations for entry and splashdown. Key timeline milestones still waiting. Dragon will be prop waste burn, and looking for that to happen around 1:37 p.m. Central Time. After prop waste burn, we're looking for trunk separation, looking for that at 2:56 p.m. Central Time. Following trunk separation, we'll be looking at the deorbit burn, still scheduled for 3:01 p.m. Central Time. And again, looking for a splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville at 3:55 p.m. Central, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time. If you're just joining us, welcome back to the International Space Station Flight Control Room. I'm NASA Shaniqua Vereen, and you're watching live mission coverage for the NASA SpaceX Crew 4 mission, returning 4 astronauts home from a 6-month science mission aboard the International Space Station. NASA and SpaceX are still targeting a 3:55 p.m. Central Time splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, concluding the Crew 4 flight, wrapping up, again, a 6-month science mission for NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, and ESA astronaut Samantha Christopher Reddy. They had a safe and successful undocking from the International Space Station at 11:05 a.m. Central Time as Dragon and the International Space Station were flying over the North Atlantic Ocean. If you're just joining us, you're watching live mission coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission, returning 4 astronauts home after a 6-month stay aboard the International Space Station. Crew Dragon Freedom departed the station at 11:05 a.m. Central Time, 12:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Crew Dragon Freedom and the Crew 4 astronauts inside are currently in a coast phase, looking about 2 hours from now to ready themselves for entry operations. Freedom completed a nominal depart burn moments ago and departed the AE, which is the approach ellipsoid. Today's phasing will be the shortest we've performed for a Crew Dragon return, with only 2 hours before the crew begins preparations for entry and splashdown. Again, that's 5 hours from undock to splashdown. In just about 2 hours, the crew will begin their preparations inside for entry and splashdown. Again, donning their suits after doffing just recently. Around 1:37 p.m. Central Time, they'll be looking for a prop wasting burn. After that prop waste burn, around 2:56 p.m. Central Time, we'll look for trunk separation. Following trunk separation, we'll look for the deorbit burn. Currently, that deorbit burn is scheduled for 3:01 p.m. Central Time, allowing for a splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we continue to monitor as Crew 4 inside Crew Dragon Freedom heads home. We're looking for a splashdown of Crew Dragon Freedom off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida at 3:55 p.m. Central Time. Crew Dragon Freedom departed the station today at 11:05 a.m. Central Time, 12:05 p.m.
SpaceX ground teams have pulled go for depart burn 2.
Copy, go for depart burn 2. Thank you.
You're seeing dual boxes, MCCX or SpaceX's mission control on the left, based in Hawthorne, California, and you're seeing MCCH or Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas. And you're watching live mission coverage for NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 splashdown. And we're looking for that splashdown to happen at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time. We're looking for a depart burn 2 in about 5 minutes from now. And we're just about 3 minutes away from that depart 2 burn. Depart burn 2. Depart burn 2 is about a 44-second burn, taking Dragon Freedom about 3 meters per second away from the International Space Station. Again, looking for depart burn 2 just 1 minute from now. This burn will increase the initial opening rate between Crew Dragon and the space station. Ten seconds until depart burn 2 begins. Depart burn 2 in progress.
Freedom, SpaceX, depart burn 2 nominal. Next up, depart burn 3 in about 45 minutes. At this time, we are able to support a PMC. Please report if you'd like to take it or wave.
Okay, copy, a good depart burn 2. Crew's all doing fine. We're starting fluid loading at this time. I have no questions. So we'd like to defer the PMC at this time.
Copy, PMC deferred. And I've got one more note for you on vehicle thermals and a crew request. Report ready to copy.
Stand by. Okay, we're ready to copy.
All right, Chell, we are going to command the vehicle to an elevated thermal loop flow rate as we try to cool it for reentry. And we do need you to wear hearing protection due to the elevated flow rate. There are some foam earplugs in your satchel if you'd like, and your red and blue earpieces normally used with the suit would be acceptable as well. How copy?
Okay, we copy elevated flow rate for thermal cooling. We need to wear ear protection, foamies, and or our earpiece would work. Appreciate it.
Good copy, and we're stepping into those commands imminently. You should notice increased noise in the vehicle.
Do that.
And that was Core or Crew. And that was Core Jake Vindel, or the Crew Operations Resource Engineer out at SpaceX's Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, reporting to Dragon Commander, NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren, that they had a nominal deep heart burn 2, and that they're beginning to do some fluid cooling for the Dragon Freedom vehicle. Next up for the crew is deep heart burn 3, looking for that to happen in about 43 minutes from now. Other key timeline milestones are prop wasting burn, looking for that to happen around 1:37 p.m. Central Time. Looking to follow the prop wasting burn is the trunk separation at 2:56 p.m. Central. We're also looking for that deorbit burn to follow trunk separation, and that's at 3:01 p.m. Central Time. And again, that deorbit burns puts us in a position for Dragon to drop out of orbit and taking about 30 minutes to enter the Earth's atmosphere, slashing down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time.
Freedom, SpaceX for camera configuration.
Go for Freedom.
Just checking in, we do have the cameras external right now, and we can keep them that way all the way through to entry, but wondering if you have a preference on cameras external or inside the vehicle.
Copies. Thanks for checking in on that. We'd prefer to keep them external until we get back into the suits, and we can give you a call when we're ready to do that.
SpaceX copies, no worries at all. Sounds good.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live mission coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission, returning 4 astronauts home after a 6-month science mission aboard the International Space Station. The SpaceX Dragon Freedom spacecraft with NASA astronauts Bob Hines, Kjell Lindgren, and Jessica Watkins, as well as ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoretti, inside, undocked from the space-facing port of the International Space Station's Harmony module at 11:05 a.m. Central Time, 12:05 p.m. Eastern Time, to complete a nearly 6-month science mission aboard the International Space Station. NASA will be continuing to provide live coverage until Freedom splashes down. Looking for a splashdown time for Freedom at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time, off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission launched on April 27th on a Falcon 9 rocket from the agency's Kennedy Space Center in Florida and docked to the station later that same day. Upon undocking today, the crew met some mission milestones. This crew was aboard the International Space Station for 170 days. They had 2,720 orbits of the Earth and traveled 72,168,935 statute miles. Kjell Lindgren will have logged 170 days in space over his increment for Expedition 67 and 68, and will have totaled 311 days in space on his 2 flights. Bob Hines has logged 170 days in space over his 2 increments, Expedition 67 and 68, and has totaled 170 days in space as well. Jessica Watkins will have logged has logged 170 days in space over her two increments, Expedition 67 and 68, and has logged a total of 170 days in space on her first space flight. Samantha Cristoforetti has logged 170 days in space over her two increments, Expedition 67 and 68, and has totaled 360 days in space on her two space flights. She is now on record the second longest woman in space, following Peggy Whitson with 665 days in space. So congratulations to Samantha Cristoforetti. The crew saw the arrival of 5 visiting vehicles, one SpaceX cargo Dragon, SpaceX 25, one Russian Progress resupply ship, Progress 81, one SpaceX Crew Dragon, that was Crew 5's Dragon Endurance, one Russian Soyuz, that's MS-22, and one Boeing Starliner during the flight test for the CST-100 Starliner vehicle. And if you're just joining us, you're watching live mission coverage for NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission, returning 4 astronauts home after a 6-month science mission aboard the International Space Station. NASA and SpaceX are still targeting a 3:55 p.m. Central Time splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, concluding Crew 4's flight. And again, wrapping up nearly a 6-month mission aboard the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, as well as ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, are currently in a coast phase heading home back to Earth. You're currently seeing views inside MCCX on your left. That's SpaceX's Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. And you're seeing MCCH, or Mission Control Houston, inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Here, things are being controlled by Flight Director Adi Boulos. And you'll hear Capcom, if you hear it all. That's Alex Kanalenkos. Again, we're in a phase of just coasting. The crew will jump into action about 2 hours from now when they'll start getting ready for entry operations. Freedom completed a nominal depart burn 2 and looking for depart burn 3 to happen in just about 23 minutes from now. Again, today's phasing will be the shortest that has happened for a Crew Dragon return. In just about 2 hours from now, the crew begins preparations for entry and splashdown. Again, from undock to splashdown is about 5 hours today. A couple key timeline milestones. Next up, after the depart burn 3, we'll be looking for a prop wasting burn. That's at 1:37 p.m. Central Time. We're looking for trunk separation to happen around 2:56 p.m. Central. And we have a deorbit burn for Dragon Freedom at 3:01 p.m. Central Time. And again, that has us in a trajectory to drop Dragon out of orbit, taking about 30 minutes to splash down. Looking for splashdown time to be around, looking for 30 minutes to re-enter the Earth's orbit, looking for a splashdown time around 3:55 p.m. Central Time off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. NASA will continue to provide live coverage until Freedom splashes down. Again, we're looking for a splashdown time of 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. While my time now is ending, my colleague Chelsea Bayarte will take you guys through the coast phase, and she'll be looking for colleagues at SpaceX to rejoin the broadcast around 2:45 p.m. Central Time. Again, that's in preparation for the deorbit burn at 3:01 p.m. Central Time and a splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida at 3:55 p.m. Central Time.
Freedom, SpaceX, for a few updates.
And go for Freedom.
HL, just touching base. We are now less than 3 hours and 30 minutes from splashdown in Jacksonville. No update on weather and ship status. Everything's still looking great. Next proximal events are suit donning in just under 10 minutes, or at your leisure if you're ready now, and depart burn 3 in just under 20 minutes. At this time, Hawthorne has pulled go for depart burn 3.
Copy, go for depart burn 3, and copy that we are 3:30 from splashdown. Everything looks good, and we're starting suit donning now.
Good read.
Good afternoon. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Chelsea Bayarte with you here, taking over for my colleague Shaniqua Vereen. We are in continuous coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 journey back to Earth. Right now, you just heard some chatter between the crew and SpaceX Mission Control out in Hawthorne. Shell and Grin noting that they're going to get their spacesuits back on. They're going to don them. Earlier in the mission, they doffed their spacesuits or took them off just to get a little bit more comfortable during their coast phase. And now we're getting ready for departure burn number 3. It's a fourth in a series of departure burns, and we're expecting that in about 12 minutes from now. After they get their spacesuits on, we might get some live views from inside the Freedom Dragon capsule. So we can expect that in just a little bit.
As my colleague noted, you are watching 4 astronauts on their way back to Earth. We've got NASA astronauts Bob Hines, Kjell Lindgren, Jessica Watkins, and the European Space Agency's astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. They've completed their science mission in microgravity aboard the International Space Station, and right now they're aboard a SpaceX Dragon capsule that they call Freedom. It's traveling back to Earth. They're expected to splash down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, into the Atlantic Ocean at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 Eastern. As we get ready for this scheduled departure burn, let's talk a little bit about what the crew's been up to. This past week and a half, they are doing what's known as a direct handover, which started when Crew 5 arrived at the space station on October 6th. Crew 4, who we're talking about today, spent their last week aboard the orbiting lab working with the new crew, introducing the first-time flyers to the space station, and handing over any maintenance tasks and scientific experiments that they've been working on. They also spent the past week preparing their ride home, completing inspections, packing cargo, and ensuring that they're ready for the ride home. All of that hard work accumulated to what we have today, their undocking. The crew undocked at 11:05 a.m. Central Time while flying over the Atlantic Ocean, comfortably in the middle of their undocking window. The Dragon vehicle performed a number of departure burns to distance itself from the space station, and some more to safely move it out of the approach ellipsoid, which is an imaginary 3D safety marker around the space station. Today's operation, total time between undocking and splashdown, is about 5.5 hours. This is a relatively short journey home, and the crew had some opportunities to come home earlier this week, but bad weather at the splashdown sites kept them aboard the space station just a little while longer. But had they departed earlier this week due to some orbital mechanics, they would have had a longer trip home, so I'm sure they're excited about 5.5 hours as their total journey time today. We're expected to hit a number of milestones during my time here in Mission Control. Of course, the next one coming up is the departure burn number 3 in a little less than 9 minutes. Shortly after that, we expect a prop wasting burn, getting rid of some extra propellant, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that pretty soon. And then we're going to get ready for claw separation, which is when our SpaceX colleagues and our NASA counterpart Sandra Jones are going to take over with continuous coverage live from SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne. You're getting a live view right now of SpaceX, and sometimes you'll hear the voice of crew operations and resource engineer, basically SpaceX version of a Capcom, is Jake Vendel, who you'll hear occasionally checking in with our astronauts Bob Hines, Kjell Lindgren, Jessica Watkins, and Samantha Cristoforetti. You're getting a live view of their control room now. Meanwhile, here in Mission Control, which you see on the right, we have Flight Director Adi Boulos at the helm, and Alex Kanalakos is serving as our Capcom here at NASA. They worked alongside SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, to get the Crew Dragon vehicle undocked from the space station. They're continuing to monitor today's splashdown, but are focused on the crew living aboard the International Space Station now. Among the people that they're focused on keeping safe and healthy is some new members to the International Space Station, just launched on October 5th. It's the Crew 5 crew: Nicole Mann, Josh Cassada, Koichi Wakata, and Anna Kikina. This is the first space flight for Mann and Cassada. Nicole Mann is a Petaluma, California native, and we're excited she is our first indigenous woman from NASA to fly in space. She's a colonel in the U.S. Marine Corps. Josh Cassada is a White Bear Lake, Minnesota native, and he's a physicist and U.S. Navy test pilot. We're now inside 5 minutes until the departure burn number 3 is expected from the Crew Dragon spacecraft. Crew undocked at 11:05 a.m. Central. It's been about an hour and 35 minutes since their undocking. Today's total journey is expected for about 5.5 hours. Now 3.5 minutes away from departure burn number 3, one of the burns designed to get Dragon to its splashdown site and safely back on Earth. Upon splashdown, our astronauts Chell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and Samantha Cristoforetti will have spent a total of 170 days in space over their increments, Expeditions 67 and 68. For Hines and Watkins, this is their first space flight, and they will have spent 170 days in space total. However, it's certainly not the first spaceflight for Samantha Cristoforetti, our European Space Agency astronaut. She will have totaled 369 days in space, and during this mission, she completed a spacewalk, totaling 7 hours and 5 minutes. The first spacewalk of her career. We're now a minute and a half away from departure burn number 3, the final of a series of 4 departure burns. But this is not the last burn of our mission today. Shortly after, we'll experience the prop wasting burn, and then finally the deorbit burn to get our astronauts back home. Departure burn number 3 has started. This is an autonomous firing of the Draco thrusters on the Crew Dragon spacecraft. The crew is awake and monitoring. They were not the ones that sent the command, but are monitoring in the unlikely event that they need to take over. They're awake and they are donning their spacesuits.
Freedom, SpaceX, depart burn 3 nominal, and I've got 2 more notes for you when ready to copy.
Okay, Freedom copies nominal depart 3 burn, and we're ready to copy.
Farmer, 2 notes. We are about to enable deorbit sequence and entry on the vehicle, and you'll see the flag go high in a minute. And second, we are handing over down here in Hawthorne. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you today, and we all wish you luck through deorbit. We are leaving you in the very capable hands of Arthur and the rest of Shift 2.
Hey, Freedom copies the deorbit sequence flag being enabled. It's been great working with you throughout the entire mission. We appreciate all the work you put into it. Greetings to Arthur and the next shift. We're really looking forward to the trip home, and I can't wait to be out there and see you guys in Hawthorne here in the near future.
Good words, and we'll see you soon.
Sounds great. Take care, bro.
And with that, departure burn number 3 is complete, having fired for just slightly over a minute. And the version of the Capcom over at SpaceX, the core, Jake Vendel, communicated with the crew who is aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft that it was a good nominal burn. The crew relayed that they copied and everything is normal from their point of view. They also noted that SpaceX is undergoing a staffing handover, so rather than the voice of Jake Vendel, you'll now hear the voice of his counterpart. Taking a look at your screen, the view on the left is Mission Control Hawthorne, where SpaceX operates out of. And that's where the voices are coming from. To the right is Mission Control Houston, who is monitoring the situation and communicating with our crew who remained aboard the International Space Station. Coming up next, SpaceX may work with the crew on some checks on the spacecraft and leak checks on the spacesuits that they're now wearing. But a milestone that we're going to be looking out for is the prop wasting burn. The Dragon spacecraft has extra propellant on board that it doesn't need. SpaceX wants to get rid of the excess to cut down on as much weight as possible. The fuel is toxic, so they want to get rid of as much as possible before returning back to Earth. It burns up in the atmosphere and is non-harmful, and especially not harmful to the astronauts safely inside the spacecraft. So we're getting rid of some fuel. What happens if there's an emergency and we need to use that fuel? But the good news is that if you dump the fuel and something happens, it's not likely because you wait until the last possible moment. This is planned down to the T, so we know that we have all the conditions that we need to get home. In doing so, getting rid of this extra propellant does not change the orbit or trajectory at all. And we have enough on board to execute the remaining burns, including the deorbit burn, to get them back home. We're now just under 3 hours until Crew 4 splashes down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. We are expecting approximately 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time for that splashdown. So we just talked about our upcoming milestone. The prop wasting burn, again, getting rid of excess propellant, reducing the weight overall of the Crew Dragon spacecraft. Shortly after that, we're going to maneuver the Dragon spacecraft to get it ready for trunk separation. In this maneuver, the spacecraft flips around so that when the trunk separates, the crew doesn't have to worry about the trunk catching up and making a collision. When turned around, the trunk is put in front and travels more quickly than Dragon, so there's no risk of recontact. Then Dragon is flipped back around. But during the claw separation, when we're talking about the claw, we're talking about part of the Dragon's trunk. The claw is connected to the trunk via electrical and fluid quick disconnect lines. When the claw separates, it severs all lines between the trunk and the capsule. The trunk separates 45 seconds later, and the trunk safely burns up in the atmosphere. So our series of departure burns are now behind us, having been completed successfully. We talked a little bit about the propellant wasting burn and how the Dragon is going to flip around for a claw separation and trunk separation. And then after that, we've got one of our biggest milestones of the day, the deorbit burn at 3:01 p.m. Central. It's a 16-minute, 40-second burn. It's a braking maneuver that will slow Dragon down by 116 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit and for re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere. 20 minutes after the burn, Dragon's nose cone will close. The heat shield will be pointed in the direction of travel to repel heat during re-entry. SpaceX has included the step of closing the nose cone because the nose cone protects onboard things like the docking ring. Of course, now that the spacecraft is back home, it doesn't need to dock with anything anymore. If the nose cone can't close, it will not impact our mission. It works just fine with crew safety. The only thing that would happen in the unlikely event that the nose cone can't close is it affects the reuse of the vehicle. We have about 2 hours and 45 minutes until our crew is expected to splash down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, returning home after their nearly 6-month mission. In the meantime, if you have any questions about this operation, be sure to head over to Twitter and submit your question using hashtag AskNASA, and we may be able to answer it live on air. Again, the hashtag is AskNASA on Twitter for your questions. Over the course of their nearly 6-month mission, the crew saw the arrival of 5 visiting vehicles. We had a SpaceX cargo Dragon. Remember that they're inside a Crew Dragon spacecraft now. A cargo Dragon brings other supplies. We saw a Russian Progress resupply ship, another SpaceX Crew Dragon vehicle. That was the one that they're in. Russian Soyuz, and of course the arrival of the Boeing Starliner for the OFT-2 mission. Among these cargo resupply missions that they saw come to the International Space Station included a number of supplies for them, maintenance items for the International Space Station, and most importantly, scientific experiments. That was the crux of their entire mission aboard the space station, is to work on these science missions. Crew 4 worked on a number of scientific experiments that they received from these cargo resupply missions. Among some science experiments that they worked on includes one that may help improve life on Earth. They evaluated a manufacturing process to develop artificial human retinas. The process creates implants by applying layer after layer of a thin film. Microgravity may improve the quality and stability of these films. The goal of the experiment is to help people with retinal degenerative diseases in their eyes. Another experiment that they worked on is X-Roots. It's a plant experiment. It looks at different techniques, both liquid-based and air-based methods, of growing plants without soil. Researchers want to understand methods of growing crops to help areas on Earth unable to grow crops with conventional methods, but also set us up for longer duration missions to space. Our astronauts have noted that fresh food is a great joy for them, so we want to find ways to grow this nutrient-dense crops out in space, particularly helpful for NASA's Artemis missions with the goal of getting a long-term presence on the Moon and on Mars. If you're just joining us, 4 astronauts are making their way home from the International Space Station and are inside the Crew Dragon spacecraft they've named Freedom. They're expecting to make a water landing, and we just heard from our weather teams, which Mission Control Houston and Hawthorne are monitoring the weather very closely, and they've reported perfect weather over the splashdown site of Jacksonville, Florida, just off the coast, with very modest waves.
Hawthorne Freedom on the big loop for inventory.
SpaceX is ready for inventory.
Okay, copy. We have consumed all 5 waters from bag 207 in location 10, bag 203 from location 9. We also consumed the remaining water from 204, the single bottle remaining, and 2 bottles from 202, both in location 9. And then finally 2 bottles from 206 in location 10. How copy so far?
We copy all 5 waters from 207 and all waters from 203, 1 from 204 that is now empty, 2 bottles from 202, and 2 from 206.
That's a good readback. And then we also partially consumed meals from bag 315 in location 12 and 307 from location 11.
All right, we copy all, partially consumed from 315 and 307.
Good readback.
And one more note for you, no response required, but we have pulled go for the upcoming out-of-plane burn per your forward view displays. Just one note on the tablet timeline, it does read that this is a return phasing burn, but this is an out-of-plane burn per your forward view.
Okay, copy. We have an upcoming go for the upcoming out-of-phase burn.
You just heard the voice of NASA astronaut Jessica Watkins as she was reporting an inventory check from her spacecraft down to the ground. This inventory check is one of their checklist items that they have to complete before they get to the ground.
And Freedom, we have you loud and clear from the suit. How me?
Clear, thanks.
Good to hear from you, Chell.
Hear you, Arthur.
Watkins was reporting some of their onboard consumables, reporting that they've had some water and that they've eaten their meals on their journey on the way home. We're just over 10 minutes away from the prop wasting burn. In this exercise, they're going to be dumping excess propellant so that they're at the right weight and center of gravity for re-entry and keeping enough on board for the upcoming deorbit burn at 3:01 p.m. Central. We're now just under 2 hours and 30 minutes until Crew 4 is expected to splash down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. Thank you to everybody who's been sending in their hashtag Ask NASA questions. We have one from Chrissy who asks, if the crew needed to continue to stay aboard the International Space Station, like in the event of some bad weather, how much longer could they theoretically stay? And would it be possible to switch to a different landing site if needed? That is a really good question, and multiple deorbit opportunities and landing sites are available over the course of several days. While they have these several options before undocking, once the crew is en route back to Earth, they cannot switch landing sites. The only time there would be a mandatory departure date would have to do with the lifetime of their SpaceX Dragon's vehicle. It's based on the lifetime, but that lifetime is built in with over a month of margin. Thank you for your question, Chrissy.
SpaceX Dragon, Section 3, we can report the cabin is configured, loose items are stowed.
SpaceX copies Freedom for Section 3 of 4.700.
And we're just about 2 minutes away from the start of the propellant wasting burn.
Freedom for your rep.
And go ahead for SpaceX.
They're just confirming we're deferring step 4 floater cam inspection.
That's affirmative. We are deferring and not performing the floater cam inspection.
The propellant wasting burn has begun. We're in the middle of a propellant wasting burn, an effort to get rid of the excess propellant aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft to reduce weight. The burn began slightly after 1:37 p.m. Central and is about over halfway done.
Freedom, SpaceX, burn complete, performance nominal.
Copies. Nominal burn.
And at 1:44 p.m., the prop wasting burn is complete. The burn began slightly after 1:37 p.m. Central Time in an effort to get rid of some excess propellant to reduce the weight on the spacecraft. Dragon has communicated with the crew that the burn is complete and nominal.
Freedom. For Section 5 comm checks of the audio configuration procedure 4.010, we have successful intercom checks.
And SpaceX copies for 5.2 of 4.010.